No briefcase, no paperwork.
Yeah, Sean was great last night. Yeah, Sean's been great all the time. Yep, we saw Mello. No, no papers, no nothing. Yep. Hi, Sue.
Got a couple of wet naps in his pocket.
Brought the internet in on his phone.
He's got the internet.
He didn't need paperwork. He brought the internet on his phone.
Where they going quick? Something's happening because they just took off. Both cops just left. You know that? They both went both different ways quick. You hear that?
Yeah, they're supposed to be babysitters.
Not now.
He's back, he's back.
Okay.
Hey, Tom, is the meatball truck going to be at Norfolk District Attorney's office?
Imagine that, huh? We should.
Said to myself, don't aggravate him, don't aggravate him.
So Mello just shows up.
Are you walking Nathan or is Nathan walking you?
Yeah, he just decided to go on a stroll.
What's up, bud? Oh, you're so good. You're a good boy. He's such a good dog. All right. I might as well read this to you guys. This is a press release that the Norfolk County, no, I'm sorry, the State Police Association of Massachusetts, okay? The association that's representing sergeants, troopers of the Massachusetts State Police. 11 Beacon Street, Suite 700, 7th floor, Boston. The members assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's State Police Detective Unit have been the subject of personal attacks from criminal defense attorneys and the media for doing their jobs. Sorry. As we all know, state police detectives are assigned to each district attorney's office and to the Office of the Attorney General in Massachusetts. In homicide investigations, they work at the direction of the district attorney under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4. State police detectives work under extreme conditions to professionally and comprehensively perform homicide investigations throughout the Commonwealth. They do this work without favor. They follow the evidence. This is true in the case of the investigation into the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. State police detectives worked as a team to investigate this homicide, which occurred during a severe snowstorm at the direction of the Norfolk County District Attorney. They followed the evidence and where it led. The evidence collected was presented by the District Attorney's Office to an independent grand jury. That grand jury, and no one else, issued the charges in connection with the death of Officer John O'Keefe. Criminal defense attorneys and agenda-based outlets have baselessly smeared our members' names and reputations. Additionally, there have been gatherings at our members' homes with the intent to intimidate them and their families for the work performed in this investigation. Trooper Proctor has personally been defamed in the media and in the court. This is not only wrong but unacceptable. Harassing and intimidating any witness in a criminal investigation is
Oh, please be seated. All right, everyone, please be seated. I hope you all were able to find decent parking. All right, so you were given an oath downstairs, but I'm going to give you an oath as it relates to this particular case. So if everyone could please raise your right hand for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm in the case of the state of Texas versus Jose Angel Ruiz, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? All right, you may lower your hand. State.
True bill of indictment. In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Barrett County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and sworn as such at the May term AD 2022 of the 186th Judicial District Court of said county in said court at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and interior to the presentment of this indictment, count 1, paragraph A. On or about the 7th day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Paragraph B. On or about the 7th day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly, by omission, cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and the defendant had assumed care, custody, and control of Mercedes Lozoya and failed to do so, and that the defendant failed to seek adequate medical treatment for Mercedes Lozoya. Count 2. On or about the 28th day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely hands, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and defendant did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by covering the mouth and nose of Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 3. On or about the 21st day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 4. On or about the 23rd day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by pinching Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 5. On or about the 1st day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by inserting tacks into the feet of Mercedes Lozoya. Count 6. On or about the 2nd day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Lozoya with a belt. Count 7. On or about the 3rd day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who is 14 years of age or younger, by pulling the hair of Mercedes Lozoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 8. On or about the 5th day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Lozoya, a child who is 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Lozoya with a cell phone. Against the peace and dignity of the state, sign the foreman of the grand jury.
To those charges, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
You may be seated. Any opening statements from the state?
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
May I please report, opposing counsel? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In our career, the things we see are things people don't want to see. We see a lot of horrible things working in criminal law. Sometimes those things are even extra horrible to us. In this case, you're going to have to see things that nobody should ever have to see. Let alone things that a child at the age of 5 should have to endure. We apologize in advance for having to show you these awful things, but unfortunately we have to. We have to show you things that this man, Jose Ruiz, and Mercedes Lozoya, who's the 5-year-old, her mother, Katrina Mendoza, did to Mercedes. You're going to hear that Katrina had 2 young children at a very young age, Mercedes and Jordan. Jordan is about 9 months older than Mercedes. You're going to hear that, according to Jose and Katrina, Mercedes was the child that just wouldn't listen. She was the bad kid. You're going to hear that Katrina and Jose were dating. And at some point in their relationship, they weren't living together. You're going to hear from the evidence that at some point in the relationship, Katrina's talking to Jose about Mercedes and how she just won't listen. And Jose says, "Let me have her. She'll listen to me." Jose takes custody of Mercedes. He takes her to his apartment. Katrina and Jordan don't go. You're going to hear from the evidence that they join them later. That Katrina and Jordan joined them later, and they live at Jose's apartment for about 2 weeks. You're going to hear that those 2 weeks were the last 2 weeks of Mercedes' life. You're going to hear about the torture that Mercedes endured. You're going to hear from a lot of witnesses in this case. You're going to hear from police. You're going to hear from medical personnel. You're going to hear from neighbors that could hear this man beating Mercedes through the walls. And they could hear her crying out for help. You're going to hear from Katrina Mendoza. We want you to know that we don't think she's a good mother, if I haven't made that clear at this point. But she accepted a plea bargain in this case. She was also a defendant in this case. And she accepted a plea bargain, and she is here to testify about what Jose Ruiz did in this case. Because she's accepted responsibility for her part. You're going to hear that Katrina and Jose pointed fingers at each other this whole time. But like I've said, Katrina's accepted responsibility. She has taken a plea bargain in this case. You're going to hear, or you're going to see the evidence, and it's going to show you that both Katrina and Jose are guilty of abusing 5-year-old Mercedes. And you're going to have more than enough evidence at the end of this trial to find this man guilty of all counts.
Defense.
Sorry for the hold-up, guys. And police and court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen, sorry I have this difficulty. Excuse me. I also took notes because I'm covering quite a bit. Precious little Mercedes LaSoya was killed on February 7th of 2022, excuse me. Under Texas law, we recognize killing a person as murder. There's no murder charge.
I'm going to object that she's violating her own motion in limine.
Sustained.
The murder, I'm just reciting what the law is. Crime,
Can we approach Judge?
No, the objection is sustained.
She's,
murder of someone 10 years of age or younger.
Excuse me.
that,
The objection has been sustained, counsel.
Sorry, I can't mention murder.
objection.
Jose didn't save Mercedes. He didn't save her life. He was the hookup boyfriend of Katrina, the mother. He hadn't adopted the children, didn't live with the children, let them stay there for a couple weeks, but that was it. CPS had investigated Katrina for years. They have pages and pages of records against Katrina.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I'm just going to object to argumentative.
All right, that'll be overruled.
San Antonio police didn't save Mercedes. There were piles of reports against Katrina. SAPD didn't save her life, right? This case is not charged as a word I'm not allowed to say, homicide. It was charged as abuse. Now, the evidence that the state provided to me, and almost everything I received from the state. First, the fact is, Mercedes had asthma. Mercedes' 6-year-old sister, Jordan, had a front row seat for everything that happened to her sister and to her. They were living at the time, on February 7th, at the apartment of a friend, Jeanette. I believe she's going to be one of the state witnesses. They didn't have any place to live because she had been thrown out of everywhere. Jordan said that day that her mother was, Jordan's word, jamming food down Mercedes' mouth. Mercedes kept spitting it up. She was being gorged, she kept spitting it up. Katrina got mad, according to Jordan's statement. I wasn't there. And she said she jammed the spoon down her throat. At that point, Mercedes, who had been on a chair, fell off the chair. According to Jordan, she had no breath. Katrina went down to the floor and tried to give her breath, at least twice, but Mercedes had no more breath. According to Jordan, at that point, Mercedes was picked up by her mother, and they didn't go to 911 call. They didn't do anything. They ran to Jose Angel's apartment, which was in the same complex. Apparently, he tried to resuscitate her too. He tried, according to Jordan, tried to give her breath. She didn't have any more breath. After that, Jose took Katrina and Mercedes' body to the hospital. Now, they were all the way up by Huebner Road. I'm assuming you all know that general location up by 10. They went to a hospital on the far south side, which is now closed. It was the Texas Vista Hospital. According to the reports from the ER, Katrina came running inside holding Mercedes' dead body. They didn't pronounce her dead right away, but they acknowledged that her body was lifeless and cold. Katrina told Jose to stay in the parking lot because her father didn't like him, and the father was at the hospital when they got there. She was screaming, "Help my child, help my baby." The ER people attempted resuscitation at least 3 times, which they're required to do, but there was never any hope. The charge nurse testified, or rather made a statement, that he actually pulled food out of Mercedes' mouth. Jordan was brought to the hospital by the police or somebody after Mercedes was taken there. And when she was interviewed, she said, "I'm the good child." They took her to the morgue. Mercedes' battered little body. The medical examiner did an autopsy. His basic cause of death was murder by muscle collapse. I'm sorry, I took that word. Take that word back. I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Homicide.
Excuse me. All right, the objection will be sustained. Defense, this is what you all requested, that that term not be used. So you're not allowed to use that term, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. The ME said there was muscle collapse, and that was the cause of the child's death. But he didn't rule out asphyxia. And that's something I've been working on because I believe it was a matter of asphyxia that caused her death, based on the testimony of Jordan, the 6-year-old child.
I'm going to object to argument, Judge.
Sustained.
Now, Jose has been charged with various counts, as they were just read to you. The state's main witness is Katrina Mendoza. She pled guilty to 1 count of serious bodily injury, but not that she did anything, that she failed by omission.
Object to argument.
Sustained.
Not that she did anything but omission.
Again, I'm going to object to argument. It's the same statement.
Sustained.
She was there were many charges, but ultimately pled to omission. Now, judge records and publishes everything that goes on in this courtroom. Normally, we don't have to.
Object to relevant.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you step outside the courtroom briefly, and I will bring you back. You're not allowed to discuss anything that you've heard so far. Does everyone understand?
Yes, ma'am.
able to afford to pay court costs, that's something I will consider waiving. But the supervisory fees, normally, unless there's a good reason for me to waive them, I don't waive them because that's how probation officers are paid. Hopefully, the legislature will change that. But so whatever issues you have, just make sure you stay in communication with probation to help you out a little bit. The evading case, you're not going to be on probation on that after today. So you'll be only have probation on your other case. So that should help you with some of your fees, okay? But make sure you stay vigilant and stay clean and sober, because if you fall off, you know what ends up happening? Then your children may end up in the system. All right. Is there anything else you need from the court? All right. Good luck to you. Just stay in case probation want to speak to you. Congratulations on being off that case.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right. You're welcome. All right, and Ms. Abrams, can you make sure for Mr. Medina, and I know you always do this, but just make sure that the court costs, he's going to have issues with paying that, but I'll need to get something from him that he's indigent with regards to those fees. But the supervisory fees, he's still going to be paying those. All right, thank you. All right, everyone, please move with the purpose, because at 9:45, everybody's going back. Yes,
I give an update on Mr. McGill.
yes.
I finally had someone come in and evaluate Mr. Mayfield. And based on Mr. Mayfield's answers, and this was someone separate than they usually use,
Mhm.
based on Mr. Mayfield's answers, he felt like he wasn't willing to participate. When I spoke to Mr. Mayfield, he says that he is willing to participate, must have been some type of confusion.
Mhm.
I did reach out to Turtleboy. They are wanting to screen him with our people to tomorrow. So
Okay.
we're asking for a short reset.
All right. All right, Mr. Mayfield, they're gonna rescreen. Come on down. All right, Mr. Mayfield, there was some sort of miscommunications.
Yes, ma'am.
So they're gonna rescreen you tomorrow again for felony drug court, okay?
Okay.
All right.
It was stated, Judge, that he does meet the criteria, so they just want to talk to him.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea how they got that. I didn't want to participate. I was literally waiting on an answer from them.
Okay.
So
Well, they're gonna rescreen you tomorrow. Just let them know that you want to be in the program.
yes, ma'am.
And then they'll probably have you in right away. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and again, if you still have any questions about anything, if you feel they're not answering, but I know they will answer any questions you have, you can always come back here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then once you graduate from felony drug court, I'll be at your graduation.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Just have-
Let's reset it for next week. Mr. Mayfield, we're gonna reset you for next week. However, if you're already accepted into felony drug court, then you won't need to come here, all right? Okay. So Norma, can we just put this for Ms. Abrams, I know on the 18th, 19th, we're not having any cases because we'll be doing this trial. But if you want to just put this one person on that date, you can, or either we can put it later in the week.
Decision based on the evidence that's presented against Jose Angel. There are clarifications, and we'll have to wait until the end to find out. There was a press conference also.
I'm gonna object to any press. It's not something that should come in evidence.
Your Honor, what's relevant about talking about the
Excuse
press
me.
conference, because it's a motivation for why.
Excuse me, counsel. Make your opening statements. Opening statements are what you believe the evidence will show. So if you don't believe the evidence will show it, then it should not be before this jury.
There was a press conference right after the Mercedes death, and at that press conference, Joe Galley, who used to be one of the reporters for Channel 12, asked a witness, family member.
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Asked a family member about what had happened, and the family member said, we've all tried many times reports to CPS and the police to try to save Mercedes. Nothing was done. That's relevant because Joe next asked.
This is objection argumentative.
Okay.
Sustained.
Anyway, motivations came out for that factor. With the judges in a case, despite what I say, what you see is what counts. I am asking for a not guilty. At this point, Jose Angel is still presumed innocent. Jose Angel is not an angel. He's a hookup guy. I'm not an angel either. I'm not a hookup girl, but
I'm gonna object to
Sustained.
argumentative.
thank you.
All right, state, call your first witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would invoke the rule.
All right, the rule will be invoked. Call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Can we make sure defense doesn't have any witnesses in the courtroom? I believe somebody who has been subpoenaed is in the courtroom.
All right, the rule has been invoked. Are there any witnesses in the courtroom for either the state or the defense?
I subpoenaed Channel 12, Your Honor. I think they're in.
Are there any witnesses in the courtroom? Who did you subpoena from Channel 12?
I would the news editor, the news director.
All right, is the news director from Channel 12 in the courtroom?
It was
No, they are not.
It was a dubious taken to bring the news report.
They are not here.
Well,
The editor is not here.
Somebody from Channel 12 is somewhere.
They are not the editor. Who did you subpoena the editor or did you subpoena the person who's here?
I don't know who's here, Your Honor. And Miss Mitchell's the one that said there was somebody in the courtroom. The only person I subpoenaed was the head of the newsroom at Channel 12.
All right. Is the head of Channel 12 present in the courtroom? They are not. Call your first witness.
The state calls Gustavo Cervantes.
If you'll take a seat here, please. Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear and the court reporter can hear.
Okay.
All right, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Gustavo Cervantes.
State.
Good morning, Gustavo.
Hi.
Where are you presently employed?
I'm on the trauma team at University Hospital.
And how long have you been there?
I've been there since May.
Okay. And what is your role?
I'm a staff nurse in the trauma team.
So, what kind of training do you need to become a staff nurse at a trauma center?
Usually good long experience in the emergency room in general.
Experience in the emergency room?
Yes.
So, do you have a degree or any kind of certification?
I'm a registered nurse.
Okay. And I know it sounds pretty fundamental, but what kind of schooling do you have to be a registered nurse?
I have an associate's. It's a 2-year degree.
Galen College of Nursing,
And when did you get that?
2015.
Okay. So, when you got your degree at Galen, did you start working right away?
Well, I was already working in the emergency room at Downtown Baptist since 2008. I was an LVN at the time, but I was in the ER from 2008 to 2015, and then just finished my degree and kept working in the emergency room.
So what's the difference between an RN and an LVN?
Amount of responsibility, the kind of medications you can give, the training, the schooling teaches you more about this disease process and how to manage patients.
Okay. And so you were an LVN before you were an RN, right?
Correct.
What trainings did you have to be an LVN?
It was a 14-month school. I got it through the Army.
Okay. And how long were you in the Army?
8.5 active and 6 in the reserves.
From what years?
1994 to 2002 active duty, 2002 to 2008 reserves.
And did you serve as an LVN in the Army?
In the reserves. In active duty, I was infantry.
Okay. So you're infantry, and then you got your LVN certification in the Army.
In the reserves.
In the reserves,
Yeah.
and you served in that capacity.
Correct.
Okay. So then in, let's see, 2008, that's when you left the military?
Correct.
And you went to work for the ER in Downtown Baptist?
Correct.
How is working in an ER different than working in another part of the hospital?
The pace, you don't know what to expect. You're getting everybody fresh after injury or when the disease is going, so you have to figure everything out. Other parts of the floor, you know what's going on with the patient. You have a general idea. All the testing's done. With us, it's more finding out process, and a lot of times just acute care. So you're getting them fresh. You might be trying to save their life. You might be just trying to find out what's wrong with them in general.
Okay. And is it safe to say that, you said the words, you never know what you're going to get. Is it safe to say
Jack of all trades.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you first worked in the ER in 2008 at Downtown Baptist, and then in 2015 you got your associates and became an RN,
Correct.
registered nurse. Where did you go in 2015?
2015, I stayed there at Downtown Baptist, and then I went and did liaison work for a rehab hospital
regime as we go towards splashdown. But we did validate Starship's ability to fly and land at subsonic speeds during suborbital flights several years ago.
All right, so here's the court's question. Previously, there was a motion to revoke file, and he was referred to Esperanza Court and also to Safe Peace Special Needs if Esperanza Court didn't take them. What happened with that? Yes. All right, no problem. Ah. All right, Mr. Masters. I'm reading the court summary and I see that you keep leaving places. So the only other choice for you is inpatient treatment through SafeP. So I'm going to give you a choice. You can either do 6 years in the prison, or either I will send you to SafeP and you're going to remain in custody until you're transferred to SafeP. You say yes, but which do you prefer? All right, we're not going to do any of this anymore where you are missing when people are trying to give you treatment, because people are trying to help you. As I told the last person, the state is trying to help you because otherwise they wouldn't have come to me wanting you to be on probation. Probation is trying to work with you. I'm trying to work with you. So is there a reason for your leaving different places?
I just did not think Esperanza Court was not for me. The housing there.
Well, let me ask you this. How about picking up the phone and calling probation? I tell everybody who's on probation here, if there's an issue and you feel like it's not being addressed, you can come back to the court. No. You didn't come back to this court. You didn't come before me, because you know how I know you didn't come before me? Because it's not on this docket sheet that you did.
No, I went to the counselor at Esperanza Court and also to the probation officer in court at Esperanza Court.
Did you come back to the 187th? No, yes, you do. Let me just tell you why. Because everybody I place on probation, I always tell them to be successful on this probation in this court, communication is key. If you feel as though probation is not addressing the issues that you're bringing up, you can always come back to the court. Do I not always say that?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to deny the motion, alternate mean conditions for SafeP, and he's to remain in custody until transfer. Okay. And probation, do you think he's a good candidate for felony drug court, or are they going to not accept him due to the nature of his offense? All right, so it'll be SafeP, and I'm going to tell you again. If you feel as though probation is not addressing an issue or concern you have, you can always come back to the court. Do you understand? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And everyone, we're still waiting on a juror. Court is going to call 2022 CR 6828, Sadis, Texas versus Alonzo Miguel Taylor.
Yes, ma'am.
Tony, have a great day.
Good, Judge.
All right, always good seeing you. All right. And for Mr. Taylor?
William Davidson.
All right, and are you Mr. Alonzo Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision and First Amended Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Alonzo Miguel Taylor who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 6828 for the offense of felon in possession of a firearm on May 10th, 2023 for a period of 5 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Violated condition number 1, on or about the 9th day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Alonzo Miguel Taylor, committed the offense of evading arrest or detention in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
And Your Honor, we waive the other violations alleged in the motions.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, and sentence you up to 10 years in the prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
There's not, Your Honor. We're going open on this, but we have agreed that the defendant will go plea to the evading that he just pled true to in County Court number 5, and the state has agreed to TIC the resisting from February 9th, 2024, and the evading from November 15th, 2023. The state is asking that the defendant be revoked and sentenced to 6 years in the prison, and I believe the defense would like to be heard on that.
Yes, defense, what are you requesting?
Your Honor, his mother, Miss Tejeda, is here. Can I call her as a witness?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let me ask you something before you call her. Is this the same mother who came in here previously and she was allowing him to have females in his room and said that the great thing about him was that he kept his room clean? Is this the same mother? Oh, no, I think it is, but bring her on up.
She says that you know who she is.
Oh, yes, I do.
She has a
I remember this case. His hair was a different color at that time.
You have a good memory.
I try.
And put your phone away. I actually wanted to show her something. So,
All right, can you raise your right hand?
yeah,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
My name is Tracy. Last name is Tejeda.
All right, what do you wish to tell me?
So this has been a long time. I didn't expect for everybody to be here, but I know plenty of parents come here or they don't. My son, I've been going through this for a very long time. And I wanted to show you something where I lost my son and how old he was because of the system.
No. Let me stop you right there. It's not because of the system. I remember you coming into this court testifying, making excuses for him when he was not doing what he was supposed to do, making excuses for him for why he's testing positive for drugs, making excuses for him for why he doesn't have a job, making excuses for him for why you were letting him be at your house and using your house as a hotel motel. You came in and made excuses for him with that. And I remember specifically telling him that he had better start getting his life together because you were not being of help to him, that you were enabling him. And now you're back before me again, making excuses for his actions. So his being in the system, what does that have to do with him evading?
So I'm not making excuses for Alonzo. What I'm saying, let's say if you had been shot in your knee at 15, or you were accused of something that you didn't do at 13, you end up going into the system. You end up finding friends in the system that you start believing that they're your friends. He got his fingers broken. Not to mention, I can name several other things that Alonzo's been through mentally that has been very challenging for him since he's been a child, okay? So I don't make excuses, but I do understand when people go through things in their lives, that mentally damages them. So there's a lot that you guys don't know about Alonzo, what he's seen and what he experienced. And
Well, let me tell no. Let me tell you this. Here's an excuse that you're making, and you made it before. Since you're bringing me into the equation, let me bring myself into the equation as you've done. My mother divorced. When I was young, my brother was young. And guess what? She had rules and we had to follow those rules. There is no way on this planet that my mom ever allowed us to have people in our bedrooms with doors closed, knowing that we are having sex in bedrooms with the doors closed and saying we're going to take care of it. You have done a disservice to him because you've been making excuses. Everybody, I can tell you, everybody in this court has had something traumatic happen to them. Believe it or not, I've had traumatic things happen to me. People think that I just came on this bench and everything was fine and I had this perfect Pollyanna life. That's not my life. But you know what? At a certain point in time, no matter what has happened to you in your past, at some point, the choices you're making are the choices you are making. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, I definitely understand. And I explained that to Alonzo too. And so that's why I explained to him like outpatient mental health.
Oh, no, let me just tell you, let me stop you right there. If I continue him on probation, there is no way he's doing any type of outpatient. And there's no way he's going to be living with you because obviously you are an enabler. You're not a good influence in your life. And I knew when I placed him on probation previously that he should not be living with you, but he had no other choice but to stay with you. I knew that. So I'll own that.
He was 19,
Yeah, and you're enabling him.
but 19 years old.
No, you cannot.
I'm not. I understand what you're stating, but I've come a long way with Alonzo, and he's come a long way. He's changed a lot.
No, he hasn't.
He has. Yes, he has.
All right, I'm gonna have you step back.
I
Thank you.
understand.
Can you come forward?
Can I talk?
No, you may not. I'm gonna give you a choice.
Can I please talk?
No, I'm gonna give you a choice. Here are your choices. You have two choices. One, I can continue on your probation. You will no longer be living at your mom's house because she's an enabler. She was an enabler when she came here. And she was an enabler last time for you when you had a different hair color. She was an enabler when you kept testing positive for drugs. So one or two things. One, I can continue you, or I can sentence you to 7 years in prison. Which do you prefer? All right. So you're not going to be allowed to live with your mom anymore. I'm going to deny the motion. And the only reason why, well, one of the many reasons why I'm continuing you is because of your age. You're young. I still think you can be saved. I could send you to prison, and you know what would happen at the prison?
Let me say one thing.
No. You know what would end up happening at prison?
Isolated like always.
Oh, no, you wouldn't be isolated. You'd be in general population, and people would be looking at you some kind of way. Prison is not a nice place to be. Prison is not a place where people go and everybody just leave them alone and everybody's being nice to each other. I'm going to deny the motion. I'm going to alter the main conditions. And that's going to include, he's either probation, he's either going to felony drug court, or he's going to state ISF. And is cognitive local or not?
State ISF is not local at all, Judge.
All right. So
Their ISF, the local ISF is here in San Bethel.
all right, he's going to do state ISF. And he's not allowed to reside with his mom. It's time for you to grow up.
Can I do felony drug court?
Hmm?
Can I do felony drug court?
If felony drug court accepts you, and you had better talk to them and let them know that you want to be in felony drug court. You understand?
No.
You had better start making better choices with your life. Now, do you still want to talk to me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you want to say?
I just want to say, my mom's my best friend. My only friend.
Mm-hmm.
Most of my life, she's right. I've been isolated from the word, basically. I'm not really good at talking to people. I never was. Today I might mess up my speech a little bit.
Yeah. I understand.
I made mistakes in my life, a lot of mistakes. Can't really take them back.
Let me just tell you what the problem is. And we're off the record. This is the problem. The problem is parents, they're really not supposed to be your best friend. I don't understand this new age parenting that people have. Parents are supposed to be parents.
I ain't grow up with anybody.
No, that's what I'm saying. Guess what? You know who was in my life? My mom. But my mom let me know that she's my mom. We're not girlfriends, right? I know I can go to her. I know I can tell her anything, and I would tell her anything. But there is no way on this earth that I will be calling her by her first name because she was my mother. And we were not best friends. We were not girlfriends. I knew that she was in charge, and that's how it was ran. And I'm only telling you this since your mom wanted to bring me in the equation. Your problem is your mom with her letting you treat her house like a hotel motel, guess what? That's because y'all are best friends. She's not behaving as a mother. And you are going to have to grow up. And that's why you're not allowed to reside with her, because she's enabling you and she's making excuses. At some point, the choices you make in your life, guess what? Those are your own choices. Because otherwise, everybody in here has some trauma and they can go out, continue to break the law, and they can just come in and say, oh, I only have a single parent. Oh, I got shot. Oh, they kicked me out of school. Oh, I never had anybody to be there for me. Oh, I only have one friend. There are so many excuses that people can have for not doing the right thing. That's going to stop with you today. You understand? No. We're done.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. And Ms. Abrams, he is not allowed to reside with his mother. All right, everyone, we're going to take maybe a 10-minute break, and then we'll bring the jurors in. Yes. Okay.
Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office for an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
You were not the person who performed that autopsy, correct?
Correct.
Who performed that autopsy?
It was Dr. John Howard.
Did you have an opportunity to review that report?
Yes, I have.
Where did that autopsy take place?
That took place at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office.
Do you recall the specific date that it took place?
Dr. John Howard performed the autopsy on February 3rd, 2021. That was the day after she was deceased.
Talk about the injury to the head. Was a wound documented that was not readily able to be seen in those pictures?
A wound documented in the head that I knew from reviewing the autopsy?
Yes.
Yes, so we saw there was a bruising to the tip of the tongue. So inside the mouth, there is an intraoral gunshot wound.
Can you describe how that intraoral gunshot wound went through the mouth?
Sure, so the bullet traveled through the tongue. It traveled into the pharynx, which is the tube in the back of your throat, helps you breathe and digest. It goes through C2, which is your second cervical spine in your neck, went through the spinal cord in your neck, and then the bullet came to rest in the soft tissues in the back of the neck.
All right, we're going to hear more from the forensic pathologist as she details her findings when we return. Welcome back to Court TV Live. So this hour, we're catching you up on a really fascinating case. We're calling it the Jealous Ex-Trooper Murder Trial. Before testimony is going to resume at noon today, we're looking back at the very best moments presented in the state's case. So let's pick up more from state witness Dr. Jennifer Nara.
Through the second cervical vertebrae, it's going in a slightly downward direction.
Have you can sit back down. Have you ever reviewed any literature or had any experience with intraoral gunshot trajectory?
Yes.
Objection. Maybe you can clarify.
Have you ever reviewed medical literature on trajectory in intraoral gunshot wounds?
Yes, I have.
Have you also had personal experience in autopsies involving intraoral gunshot wounds and determining trajectory?
Yes.
What does the, are there any, let me phrase it this way. Are downward trajectories associated with a particular manner of death?
It's not, it doesn't have a direct association, but in the literature and also from experience, we see a downward trajectory more often in non-suicides.
And when you say not suicides, do you mean homicides?
Homicide, yes.
What about an upward trajectory?
So in general, suicide, intraoral gunshot wounds, the majority of them are in an upward direction. Some of them go in a horizontal direction or parallel to the horizontal plane. And in the literature, they did document maybe like one or a couple cases where it does go in a downward, but the vast majority of suicide cases go in an upward direction.
In your personal experience, have you ever performed an autopsy involving a downward trajectory where the manner of death is determined to be suicide?
In a suicide, I personally have not observed a downward direction.
Did you ever personally have the opportunity to observe part of Kennedy Howard's body?
Yes.
How did that come to occur?
So I think that was really bad with dates. It's when I was first asked to review Dr. John Howard's report. I had asked, because there was a question of whether this was a suicide versus homicide, and I know the bullet went through the tongue. I was actually half joking when I asked did he happen to save the tongue, because I've never heard of anyone saving the tongue in an alleged suicide case, and the answer was yes. So I was still employed at the Spokane Medical Examiners at that time, so we pulled out the specimen jar. So on everybody we autopsy, we'll take biopsy sections of organs in case we need to go back and take additional sections to look under the microscope, and so they're saved in a specimen stock jar in formalin as a preservative. So in that jar was the tongue, and I had the opportunity to look at it at the time.
Dr. Nara, how unusual was it that John Howard saved the tongue?
I thought it was extremely unusual.
And just to clarify, are we talking about a sectional biopsy of the tongue, or are we talking about the entire tongue?
Dr. John Howard saved the entire tongue.
Did he save any other part of her body?
Just the usual biopsy sections of other organs, but no other organ in its entirety, except for the tongue.
In your over 4,000 autopsies that you've performed, have you ever saved the tongue?
The only time I saved the tongue was in someone who had really bad cancer that was blocking their airway and involved the tongue, and I basically took out the tongue and the whole upper airway just so we could see how bad the cancer was.
nothing like this before?
No, nothing like this.
So, timeline-wise, you were asked to review this case, correct?
Yes.
And you said that was when exactly?
That would have been, say, 2021 was when I first, 2021, 2022, sorry, was when I first took a look.
And is it that time that you retrieved the tongue?
Yes.
And when you retrieved it, it had been preserved, you stated?
Yes, it was preserved in formalin.
What did you do with it when you retrieved it?
So anytime we save tissue in formalin, it's a great preservative, but if you have an organ that's soft, such as the tongue or the stomach, it's going to curl up even after a day in the preservative. So the tongue, also secondary to the injury, had become like misshapen. So I had to take several pins to pretty much put it back together so we could see the tongue in its original form as best as possible.
Were you able to pin it back in such a way that you were able to study it and observe it?
Yes.
Did you at that time document what you were doing?
Yes.
Did you do that through photographs?
Yes, we took several photographs.
Which one, first witness?
You may.
Dr. Nar, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 21A through H. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize these to be?
This is the tongue that I examined.
These are your photographs?
These were the photographs that the autopsy technician took at my direction.
And these accurately depict the tongue as you saw it on that day?
Yes.
What does 21H depict?
21H is a cassette that we submit to the laboratory. I went ahead and took a biopsy section of the top of the tongue just so I could look at it under the microscope.
And it's time I move to admit that series of photographs.
Any objection? None, Your Honor. They are admitted.
Dr. Naro, what observations were you able to make about the tongue at that point in time?
That there was, the tongue has sustained significant injury.
Can you describe that injury?
It basically looked like a torpedo had gone through the tongue. It was like from the front to the back. It was completely torn up.
So, did examining the tongue at that level allow you to look at a wound path?
Yes.
Were you able to see where on the tongue the bullet entered?
Yes.
And was that top, bottom, middle, tip of the tongue?
It looked like it was towards the front of the tongue on the top.
And then did the bullet actually travel through the tongue itself?
Yes.
Were you able to make any observations about contact between the shot and the tongue?
Yes, given that there's presence of soot, which is the burnt gunpowder deposited on whatever surface it touches, there was definitely some soot on the tongue, so it's evidence of a contact gunshot wound.
What is hemorrhaging?
Hemorrhaging is essentially bleeding.
Were you able to make any conclusions regarding hemorrhaging to the tongue?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
So looking at the tongue just grossly or with the naked eye, I was looking for any evidence of hemorrhaging. Anytime an organ is fixed in the preservative formalin, blood tends to have more of a brownish discoloration. That's just what happens as it gets preserved. And I did notice there was some of that in the tongue. And I was also able to observe that under the microscope as well, that there was some hemorrhage.
Was the hemorrhaging you observed consistent with what you would expect of an injury that occurred before death?
The tongue is a very vascular organ. There's a lot of blood vessels. I mean, you know, if you bit your tongue before, it just bleeds a lot. So an injury like that, where it's almost completely torn up, you would expect it to be bleeding a whole lot. And when I looked at the tongue, it didn't look like there was a whole lot of hemorrhage as I would have expected.
What are you thinking about this case so far? It's a mystery, isn't it? I told you, was it a murder? Was it a suicide? Let's bring in our guests, see what they have to say about this. Retired DEA Supervisory Special Agent Michael T. Wilhite and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Brian Silber. Brian, to you first on this, please. You were saying earlier how you think there may not be enough evidence here to prove that the defendant did this. After listening to this doctor's findings and then also knowing that none of Dan Howard's DNA was found on the firearm that was used to kill Kendi, are you more convinced?
I still think it's a question, this case, in terms of reasonable doubt. You know, again, it doesn't mean there isn't evidence that should, you know, tend to make us think that maybe he did it or likely he did it. But our standard is reasonable doubt. You know, I think the medical examiner's testimony only, you know, emphasizes that. You know, on the one hand, she's telling us there wasn't so much blood, you know, in the tongue wound, which would suggest that maybe the heart had already stopped pumping. And if it had already stopped pumping, that means she probably died from asphyxiation, which is obviously not suicide. But again, she wasn't so committal. She wasn't so strong in that testimony. You know, she kind of wavered and vacillated a little bit. That's why I think the proper legal verdict, being that this is a criminal trial, might be not guilty. But it doesn't mean there isn't evidence to suggest he did it also.
Right, Brian. Michael Wilhite, to you next, please.
We investigate all felony offenses that occur between the hours of 7 at night and 5 in the morning. We begin the investigation, and then it's passed off to the follow-up unit the following morning.
What are follow-up units?
Follow-up units are the ones that handle the cases and finish the investigation, file cases with the district attorney.
What are your duties as a detective?
My duties are to identify witnesses, evidence, interview witnesses, make sure that all the evidence is processed and collected, and to prepare the reports of what I did.
Did you assist on a case with a defendant by the name of Jose Ruiz?
I did.
How did you assist?
On that day, I was contacted by Detective Nelson, who was the night CID detective handling the incident, and he requested me to assist him in obtaining a search warrant and to execute that search warrant.
What was the search warrant for?
The search warrant was for an apartment that they believed that some things had occurred in.
Do you know the address of that apartment?
I believe it was 13031 Park Crossing, apartment 2501, I believe.
Is that here in San Antonio, Texas?
Yes, it is.
Did you know who that apartment belonged to?
No, I did not at the time.
Did you come to learn who that apartment belonged to?
Yes, I came to understand that it was occupied by three persons. That Mr. Ruiz and I believe his two brothers.
Do you recall their names?
I want to say one was Jose, and I don't. Was it Ruben? The other one, I believe.
Did you write a report for this case?
I did.
And was looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 108. Does this appear to be a complete copy of your report?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Please look at this if you need to refresh your memory. Just please don't read directly from
Correct.
it. And if you want to take a look at it, what were the names of the two brothers?
The two names were Ruben Medina and Rocco Medina.
And did you execute that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Was it just you, or was anyone with you?
There was patrol officers there securing the scene, and they had arrived prior to my arrival, and as well as the CSI unit.
What was the condition of the apartment when you got there?
The downstairs was in disarray. It appeared that they were moving in. There were boxes, bags. It appeared that they were in the process of moving.
Did you observe anything that caught your attention when you went through the apartment?
Going through the apartment, there was quite a few what you would call like pee pads, like you would use with a dog on the floor or for persons on a bed. There was.
What was the state of those pee pads?
They were obviously used. They appeared to some have been urinated on. There were dogs in the apartment, so I couldn't say for sure what had, but on some of them there was one that appeared to have human hair on it, and also appeared to have vomit on it.
Were photos taken during the search of this apartment?
Yes, they were.
And was a video taken?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit number 86. What do you recognize this?
That looks like a CD copy of the video that would have been done at the scene.
And is this an accurate depiction of what was observed? At
Yes,
that
it
crime
is.
scene? And have you viewed this?
Yes, I have.
And how do you know this is what you viewed?
My initials and badge number are on the CD.
Okay. And like all crime scene videos, does this one lack audio?
Yes.
This time, state what offer State's Exhibit number 86. Yes.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 86 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
What are we seeing at the beginning of this video?
That is the doorway, the entrance to the apartment. And you see the door number.
I'm going to pause here about 14 seconds. And what is in the lower left-hand corner?
There's a ring camera there, and also on top of that refrigerator is some of those pee pad items.
Does what on screen, does
Yes.
Where's the video currently showing? What room?
That would be what the downstairs living room.
And then what's currently on the screen?
That would be the 2 dogs that were in the apartment. The dining room area.
From the dining room, where are we heading now in the video?
This would be the kitchen. And it enters into a utility room.
What's the purpose of filming the refrigerator?
In this instance, with a child case, it's a little neglectful. It's showing food, and you know that they had adequate food in what was in the refrigerator.
Just to note, I had paused it at 1:45. Now, where are we currently seeing right now?
This was a trash receptacle that was in the utility room. There was pee pads, clothing, various things in there that appeared to have vomit and things on them.
And where is the video heading now?
Now it's heading into the bedroom, which would have been the defendant's bedroom.
Okay, I'm going to pause at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. I see an exhibit marker. What is currently being marked?
These items were found in bags. They are hot, cold and hot pads, bruise creams, toothbrushes, petroleum jelly, various items that were purchased for those things.
And where were those bags found?
Those bags were on the bed in the bedroom.
Continue playing. I'm going to pause here at 2:26. What's being shown on the screen right now?
That was a receipt that was in the bag showing the time of the purchase of those items.
And can you read a date and time?
I believe the date on it is February the 7th, 2022 at 3:53 p.m.
Continue playing. Is there another pad visible?
Yes.
Pause here at 2:44. What's currently being shown?
On the bedspread there, that's what appeared to be a vomit.
And is there anything else being shown?
Yes, if above that, those are bottles of Ensure.
Go ahead and pause it right here. Does the rest of this video show anything of note?
Not that I recall, no.
You also stated there was pictures, correct?
Correct.
Approach and show you what's been marked as states exhibits 87 through 91. If you could flip through these. And do you recognize what's in these photographs?
Yes, correct. Those are photos of things we just viewed on the video.
And are they a true and accurate description of the crime scene as it appeared?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. We would offer state exhibits 87 through 91 evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's exhibits 87 through 91 are admitted without
Permission
objection.
to publish?
Granted.
Showing you it's been marked and admitted as state's exhibit number 91. What is this photograph of?
It is a photograph of a mini fridge that was in the living room. There was a Ring camera as well as some of those pee pads that appeared to have vomit and had what appeared to be human hair in it.
As part of the duties that night, were these marked items, was that all collected into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any further duties to perform with this case?
No, I did not.
Was this the extent of your involvement?
Yes, once I completed this, I completed my supplement report and that ended my involvement in the case.
You're gonna pass the witness.
Defense.
Good morning, sir. My name is Teresa Connolly.
Good morning.
Thank you. There's one thing that has been in my brain since I began on this case, and that is why you did go into the water heater, didn't you?
In?
Take apart the water heater
No, I did not.
at this apartment?
No, I did not.
Do you know if anybody did?
No, I do not.
Was it exactly like that when you left it?
Exactly like what?
Like we saw in the video?
Yes.
Right. And there was no picture of the water heater taken?
Not that I recall, no.
Thank you. And there were no children that resided there to the best of your knowledge, is that correct?
I have no idea if children resided there.
Well, in the beginning you said that there were 3 people. Do you have any knowledge that there were children living there?
No.
Thank you. And there are several pictures of vomit, excuse my grossness, but was any of it analyzed? Any DNA taken?
I'm sure that it was. That was not
Not
what
that you know.
I did not take care of that. So
All right. Thank you. Yes, the witness.
No further questions, Your
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse from the state.
Excuse from the defense.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. Only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense, and do not watch anything regarding this case.
yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we call Detective Justin Knox. May I use the Your Honor?
Yes.
Willis in the prosecution against Donald Trump. We are awaiting those results from the judge, Judge McAfee, and we'll be keeping an eye on that for everyone on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here.
Yeah. You'll be.
Yeah, that could be no, but I'm not going to Florida. I've already stated that many a time because that's the Australia of America. Yeah, I should get a traditional Norwegian dress to wear. Well, she needs some loving.
Baker.
Well, I think she's just. I got an email and we got to talking, and from there on, I'm.
There's a I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I'm.
What do you plead the fifth on? Everything.
Everything I said so far, and the next thing, and everything you're ever asking me.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, and again, we got to talking, and I won't say it got heated, but what had happened was.
From now on, I'm pleading the fifth.
My favorite is when she couldn't hear anybody.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you.
Court reporter, can you hear me? Yeah. Well, I can't. You idiot.
Oh, I love that lady. I love this guy too. I love idiots.
Don't do it. I mean, couldn't.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection. I mean, let me start saying what I'm trying to say here without getting the judgment started. Okay. I know that usually it don't get put all together after you test it right. I mean, usually when.
Objection, speculation.
It's not speculation, Your Honor.
I won't sustain the objection, Mr. Nix. I think you can, if you rephrase your question, you make that question.
Okay. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Cullen, is on the scene, there's 3 or 4 different packages here.
It's probably a little longer.
But when you receive them, there's only one. That should not do. To get the weight that we're tracking, it should have been tested first, and then maybe put all together.
What was submitted?
Because, I mean, he could have been, anything else could have been in one of the bags. It could have been cut.
Objection, argument.
I'll overrule the objection if the witness can answer the question.
What was submitted to me was one.
You are popping up in the feed. Yes.
All right, for the jury.
Right, please be seated. You are still under oath, but restate your name for the record, please.
My name is Detective Justin Knox. Good morning.
How long have you been with the San Antonio Police Department?
About 18 years.
Now, prior to joining the department, did you have any degrees or licenses?
Yes, I have a associate's degree in computer science with a specifics in graphics and simulation.
And where did you receive those from?
Texas State Technical College.
current role within the San Antonio Police Department?
My current role is I'm a detective, and I am in the digital forensics unit. Within that unit, I am assigned to the United States Secret Service Electronic Crimes Task Force, where my primary goal is to gather and preserve digital evidence for investigators of the San Antonio Police Department.
Were you provided a, well, to clarify, when you say digital evidence, what does that include?
Anything found at a crime scene that may be a cell phone, a tablet, a computer, a flash drive, storage, anything digital, anything that may contain data that may be useful in their investigation.
And does that include cell phones?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have questions for this?
Yes.
May I confer with defense witness to inform them?
And defense, you can move about the, well, with, the state.
I am handing you a number of exhibits at the moment. Let's see, first we have State's Exhibit number 92 for identification purposes only at this point. And inside there is 92A and 92B. I'm also handing you I'm gonna need 93 through 97. Is it? Okay, 93 through, I'm sorry, 93, 94, 95. What are those exhibits?
These are pictures of when I had the cell phone for examination. I took a picture of the front of the cell phone, back of the cell phone, and the SIM card that was inside the cell phone.
Where did you receive this cell phone?
At my office.
How did you receive
Oh,
this cell phone?
from the investigator that was investigating this case with a warrant and an intake form.
Was that Detective Size?
Yes,
Was this a case involving the defendant, Jose Ruiz?
I believe so.
Was this a fair and accurate depiction of the cell phone as you received it?
Yes,
And what about Exhibit 95? What is that?
that is the SIM card.
Okay, and it's, did you have to do anything to the phone to take a picture of that?
So it's held within a little tray inside the phone, so I remove it, pull the tray out, pull the card out.
And this was a fair and accurate depiction of the SIM card that came from this phone?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd offer State's Exhibit 93, 94, 95.
Defense? Any objection?
Yeah, objection as to relevance.
All right, the objection will be overruled. State's Exhibits 93 through 95 are admitted.
Okay, so as it relates to this cell phone that you did the extraction for, what is State's Exhibit 92, which includes 92A and 92B?
92A and 92B is my report of all the data or data that came out of the cell phone.
Okay. And what kind of data can be extracted from a cell phone?
Lots of data, anything that you would find in a cell phone: call logs, text messages, videos, images, application usage, location data, anything that you would generally find on a cell phone.
I'm also gonna hand you State's Exhibit 81 for right now. Now, what is the program that you use to download a phone?
We use a program from a company called Celebrite. There's actually two programs through the entire process of the extraction. The first program we use, there's a couple of them, either Celebrite's UFED 4 PC or Celebrite Premium. What we do with that software is we plug the cell phone into that software. It's a hardware device that has software with it. We plug it in, it communicates with the phone, and it will extract the data. Once the data is extracted, I take that data to another software called Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and that will decode all of that data and put it into a report that's usable and readable. Gives us all those text messages and images and things like that. So I use two different programs, just the acquisition and then the parsing and decoding of the data.
How long does it take to download a cell phone?
It entirely depends on the size, how big the phone is, how many images are on there. It could take 30 minutes to a couple hours.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to republish just a portion of State's Exhibit number 76.
All right, and State's Exhibit number 76, that has been previously marked. Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I object.
All right, that would be overruled.
I'm going to pause it just for a moment before we get too far ahead of ourselves with this. When you print off that report from Cellrite and do the download,
Yes.
is there certain device information that you can look at to find out potential owners or any kind of identifiers?
Yes, so it will download the device's unique ID. It will have the phone number attached to it, SIM cards there. It could have their Apple ID if it's an iPhone, the emails, things like that.
And what type of phone?
This is an iPhone.
There's a situation, so I don't know what's going on. Can I start with your name? What's up, Ruiz? What's that? J-O-S-E? You just heard of the picture shirt or something? I don't have any shirts in mind. What's your job number? What's a good home address for you? 4618 Pencil School. Pencil School. 4618 Pencil School. And like pencil, pencil, and then R-E-S-C-O. It's all good. Where's that at? Right on the northeast side, right behind Euro Stadium Road. Do you have a job right now? No, I don't have a job right now. Yeah, kind of, just cut grass right now. Cut grass? Yes. Do you have a cell phone? 210, well, I don't have my phone, so. Yeah, but you'll get it back though, right? I don't know. Yeah, what was the number you used, the last number? 612 1169. 1169? Yeah. How long you had that phone? How old are you right now? 25. Okay.
Okay. I just stopped about 1 minute and 58 seconds into the State's Exhibit number 76. Now, Detective Knox, you just heard Jose Ruiz testify or statement say that his phone number was 210-612-1169. Is that the same number associated with that download?
Can I look through it to?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you able to tell how long the phone has been active? Or when it was first initiated?
It will give you in this report will give you last time it was factory reset.
Okay. When was that?
9/25/2021.
And sorry, I didn't hear that first. What did you say that the 925 date was from?
The report indicates that the phone was factory reset.
Oh. Okay, so if it was factory reset, it was probably being used before then as well.
It's possible.
You also heard in that statement, Jose Ruiz say you had it for, quote, a minute. That's slang, right?
Generally, yes.
And what does that generally mean?
Just a very short period of time.
Okay. Now, actually, I don't really need to stand up. Can you step out? Now, on that report, is it organized in any way?
Yes. It gives the device information, and then in this particular report, it includes everything that was tagged.
Is the device given a name in the system?
So the device name is Jose's phone.
Now, when it preserves the images in the phone, is there a way for you to compare the printed report to images and see that they are the same?
Yes.
Okay. Were you also able to look at this download on a computer before coming to court today?
Yes.
Okay. When it preserves images, is there any kind of, I believe the term is metadata attached to an image?
So metadata is data about data. So metadata attached to images generally will be the type of camera used, its resolution, the phone, if it was used by phone, what version of the phone. So it's just data about that image.
Okay. Now, I did hand you a stack of exhibits. I do, at this time, I ask that you keep them to yourself.
Okay.
They are not in evidence. However, I'm going to ask you to look at these and compare it to the report and see if the images that are marked a certain exhibit were present in the download that you did of Jose Ruiz's phone.
Okay.
Okay. So if you can maybe keep it down. There you go.
Could you mind like going number by number or tell it?
I'm going to do it. I'm going to go it. Okay. Do you have state's exhibit number 96 up there?
Yes. Okay, give me.
You've located it in the stack of photos.
In the stack of photos, yes.
Okay. Is that an image that you found located in the cell phone download?
Yes.
are you able to refer to the report and tell us what the metadata indicates was the date and time that was taken?
States Exhibit 96 on the phone shows that it was created on 1/21/2022 at 5:20 p.m.
5:20 p.m. Okay. Now going to States Exhibit 97.
That image from the phone indicates that it was created on 1/21/2022 at 4:44 p.m.
What time did you say, sir? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
That image was created on 1/21/2022 at 4:44 p.m. Actually, if we can go back, the seconds are always also included. On States Exhibit number 96, that was 42 seconds, 5:20:42. I don't know if you want to get that.
Oh, it was 5:20 and 42 seconds?
Yes, and the second one is 4:44 and 18 seconds.
Okay, I'm not worried about the seconds.
Okay,
no.
then I won't include them in the next one either.
At both PM, correct?
Correct, both are PM.
I guess maybe your voice trails a little, or the microphone's not good. So
Will
I
it-
appreciate it. Thank
okay.
you.
I'll speak louder, I'm sorry.
I know the jury needs to hear you too, so I'm not trying to learn here, but thank you.
Judge, can I have Miss Efron use her mic, please, because she's
Oh.
soft-spoken.
Speaking of microphones. Okay, sorry about that.
All right, State, proceed. Okay, moving on to States Exhibit 98. Did you find that in the download?
Yes,
And what, according to the metadata, what date and time was that created?
1/22/2022 at 11:39 a.m.
Okay. Moving on to States Exhibit 99.
I found that image. It is 1/25/2022 at 2:02 a.m.
Okay. Now, moving on to States Exhibit 101.
That image was created 2/2/22 at 9:20 p.m.
Okay. Going on to States Exhibit number 102.
That image was created on 2/4/2022, 12:24 a.m.
Going on to States Exhibit 103.
It is a 2/4/2022 at 12:25 a.m.
States Exhibit 104.
One 29/2022 at 7:21 a.m.
States Exhibit 106. I know these are starting to go a little out of order.
Five 2022 9:08 p.m.
9:08 p.m.
Correct.
the next it is contained in the giant yellow envelope.
Here it is. It's on this. It's in this pack.
Oh, it wasn't that. Okay, State's Exhibit 81. Do you see that in the download?
Yes.
When was that created?
1/31/2022. That's 7:27 a.m.
I'll get it a little close to that. Okay. Now, State's Exhibit 107.
That's in this pack or that pack. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Do you see that in the download?
Yes,
What-
it is.
When was that taken?
Exhibit 107 was created 1/31/2022 at 7:28 a.m.
So 1 minute after State's Exhibit 81.
Yes.
All right, now, is State's Exhibit 109 up there?
Yes.
Okay. And, are you able to see that one in the download?
That image was Exhibit 109 was created 2/5/2022 at 8:05 a.m.
Now I am going to bring you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 108. Have you viewed this disc?
Yes.
Okay, and are those your initials on the disc?
Yes.
Have you also viewed videos on your computer that were part of this download?
Yes.
Are the videos that you viewed in State's Exhibit number 108 the same files that were in the download of Jose Ruiz?
Yes.
And how many files were there?
3.
And are you able to tell when those videos were made?
The first video was created 1/21/2022 at 6:28 p.m.
AM or PM?
p.m.
6:28 PM.
Correct.
Okay.
The second video was created 1/21/2022 at 6:48 p.m.
Okay.
And the third video was created 1/21/2022 at 6:54 p.m.
Okay. Detective Knox, we went over the exhibits that I brought to your attention, but is that the entirety of everything that was in the phone?
No.
What other kind of information is present in that, in State's Exhibit 92?
This report contains tags from the full report, and it tags application usage logs, call logs, instant messages, user accounts, audio files, images, videos, and external camera media, which was the photos I took.
Okay. Does the self-guided program allow you to manipulate data in any way?
No.
So everything that is in that report that has been created is in that report as it came from Ruiz's phone?
Correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Detective, the extent of your formal education is an associate's degree, technical degree, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're you have been trained as certified in the administration of the Cellbite program, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're not a developer of that software, or are you?
No, ma'am.
And if we ask, and I don't know anything about the software either, as much as you do, correct? I mean, I have no knowledge of the software, and you wouldn't be able to recreate the software programming yourself, correct?
No.
And so the extent of what you're talking about when you administer the Cellbite extraction is basically, I mean, plugging a device in and extracting it to another device.
Correct.
And after you extract it to the other device, I guess you download and print or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. And so you have, of course, you have no knowledge of who created any image on this phone, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you can say that phone number may be associated with this person, but you can't tell this jury who possessed the phone at any particular time, correct?
Correct.
I mean, there's no fingerprint linking the photo, that you can't, there's no way for you to track it, correct?
I can't say who took the photo on the phone.
Okay. You can say, based on the extraction and the data that it produced, based on that information, that's the information you can relay to us, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if I told you I could go on Google and find out how to reset metadata, would you say, yeah, you're right?
Metadata can be reset, yes.
Okay. And your extraction, is that based on internal settings of the phone?
In what way?
I mean, like when you give timestamps here, that time is connected to what? Some internal clock in the phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those kinds of things are things that are capable of being reset, correct?
Yes.
in fact, the phone had a factory reset, in September.
Yes,
correct?
I believe so.
Which means it could have been resold, perhaps?
I can't say.
Resale, I mean, a lot of reasons why there's a reset, correct?
Yes.
And like, for example, what happens to a cell phone when you go on airplane mode?
It stops communicating with stops sending signals and receiving any signals to cell phone towers.
And you would agree that, say, if a phone is on airplane mode, it affects the information, it's not communicating with any cell phone towers, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you're not telling this jury about any kind of geolocation kind of stuff, right?
Correct.
I mean, you're not telling this jury where that cell phone was located when a particular image was produced.
No.
And you don't have any way to authenticate a particular image, do you?
In what way?
Well, all you can say is that, like, for example, what you just told us right now, this, I see that this image here matches this image in the report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you can't say anything about that image as to how it was created. You can't say how, right? You can just say what appears on the phone and what then gets translated into your report.
I can say, depending on where the image is located in the phone, if it came, what app it came from, if it was taken with the cell phone camera. There's some data related to the picture.
To the production.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's talk about apps. So the cell phone. I mean, we all know cell phones these days contain an enormity of information, right? It's our whole life. It's on our cell phones. You would agree with that?
Yes.
And the information contained in cell phones is contained in many places on the cell phone, correct?
Yes.
So you have cell phone logs and text message logs. Are those saved in different places on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And photographs, are those saved in different places on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. So when I talk about different places on the phone and photographs, we're talking about photographs that can be taken directly by your cell phone, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, then there's other content that gets created through apps like Snapchat
Yes.
or Instagram. So let's say Instagram, you upload a photo to Instagram from your phone. Now, does that now get saved in more than one place, correct?
Yes.
And it would also have different timestamps as to when they were saved?
The timestamp, the created timestamp, specifies when it was created on the file system of the phone.
Okay, so if it was created on the phone, but if it came from a different place, if someone sends you an image through an app, it still gets saved somewhere on the phone, correct?
Correct, and it will have that created timestamp.
Okay, so an incoming image from someone else would also get an internal timestamp from the phone?
The time that it was created on the phone.
On that particular phone?
Correct.
But not with regard to the creation of the image. I mean, it gets confusing, would you agree?
It can be.
And in this day and age, we have a lot of data coming into our phones, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, from various sources, yes.
From various sources, right. Including direct calls, direct text messages, correct?
Yes.
And then through various kinds of apps.
Correct.
And would you be able, is this the only cell phone you examined in connection to this case?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. anybody brought another, no other cell phones to compare to this cell phone, correct?
I can't speak on anybody else. I can just tell you that I believe this is the only cell phone I examined.
Okay, okay. Well, you can tell us that you didn't take this report and compare it to any other report generated by another device, correct?
No.
And you don't know Mr. Ruiz?
I do not.
You never met him before?
I have not.
You have no way of being able to tell this jury, if he was even present when a particular thing was created?
I would not.
We hear a lot about artificial intelligence these days, correct?
Overruled.
Yes.
And that's kind of a complicated thing, correct?
In what way?
Is it easy to recreate artificial intelligence? I mean, yeah. Is it artificial images?
I don't.
Well, okay, I'm sorry for the confusion of your question. Let me say this, or ask it this way. In terms of the images you take from the cell phone and extract, and then generate a report, you're not able to say if it's an anime or a cartoon or an authentic image or an artificially generated image, correct?
I am just stating in my report that that is an image that came from the phone.
Okay. So if a screenshot comes through as a photo, right?
A screenshot is saved as a photo into the phone.
Okay.
Yes.
And phones are locked with some kind of security code or access PIN or password, correct?
This particular phone has the ability to use Face ID or PIN code.
Okay, so how'd you get in the phone?
The PIN code was provided.
Okay, so the phone was provided, you don't know, who gave you this phone?
Detective size.
Okay. The cell phone extraction gives us, it extracts the internal data from that phone, correct?
Yes.
So it doesn't extract, emails, do you say emails are captured there?
If there are emails on the phone, this particular extraction would get emails.
Okay, so it has access to the cloud? Your program can extract what's on my, for example, my email communications?
This extraction will not extract from the cloud.
Okay.
It's only contents on the phone.
Okay. I pass the witness at this time, Judge.
Detective Knox, how are you able to tell if a picture is taken by the phone or sent to them?
Just by the location of where the picture resides.
Okay. For instance, can you look at State's Exhibit, let's say, 97? You previously testified that it was created on January 21st, 2022 at 4:44 p.m.
This one appears to be taken by the phone because it exists within the DCIM folder, which is the digital computer image. Any image that's located there usually is stored on the camera roll.
Okay, can you, check, let's see, States Exhibit, 106, which you previously testified was created on February the 5th of 2022 at 9:08 p.m.
I reclipped it and I shouldn't have. Okay, could you just clarify what state's exhibit that was?
106, but you know what, just to alleviate any possible doubt, let's just go through it. Okay, 96 on 121, 22. So we're gonna make-
I'm gonna have to go through.
All right, excuse me. Y'all are getting conversational and whispering, and the court reporter cannot take that down.
I apologize.
If I may, I'm gonna just step up so I can be
Yes.
sure of here.
And attorneys, you have the court's permission to move about the well. Ms. Hunter, if you'd like to move where they are, you're more than welcome to do so.
Okay, this is
Okay, so let's start, States Exhibit 96 from January 21st, 2022 at 5:20 p.m.,
Okay, that is also located in the DCIM folder.
which means the user of the phone took that picture.
Yes.
Okay. Wait. I'm sorry.
DCIM stands for Digital Computer Image.
DCIM?
Correct.
Do you mind repeating your answer, sir?
Yes, so when an image is located there, it's stored within the camera roll, and it generally indicates that it was taken by the phone.
And you previously testified 97 was taken by the phone. So let's go to States Exhibit 98 on January 22nd at 11:39 p.m. 11:39 a.m.
Also located in that same folder.
So it was taken by the phone.
Yes.
States Exhibit 99, January 25th, 2022 at 2:02 a.m.
Located in the same folder.
Also taken by the phone.
Yes.
101, February 2nd, 2022. Was that?
This is where it gets out of order, so I don't know.
Yeah.
The same folder again.
Okay, so it was taken.
Yes, taken by the phone.
States Exhibit 102, February 4th, 2022.
Located in the same folder, taken by that phone.
Okay. States Exhibit 103, February 4th, 2022.
Located in the same folder, so it's taken by that phone.
Okay. States Exhibit, I'll go to States Exhibit 106, which is February 5th, 2022.
Located in that folder, taken by that phone.
Okay. Now let's go back to States Exhibit 104, which was on January 29th. Is there something different about this image?
That one looks to be a screenshot
Okay, how can you tell it's a screenshot?
because there's parts of the image that there's an overlay on the image.
Okay, and what is a screenshot?
If you're looking at your phone, you can press certain buttons and it will capture in the image of the screen.
Are you familiar with the Ring camera system?
A little bit.
Okay. Do they have are you aware if Ring users have a cloud
Yes.
As in, they do have a cloud?
Yes, there's a monthly fee that you can subscribe to.
So to view image from a Ring camera, would that image be stored on the phone or would it be outside of the scope of the phone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Okay, you said there's a monthly fee to store your Ring camera footage up in a cloud, a digital atmosphere, if you will.
Yes.
And when you have a phone, like the phone you downloaded, and you are viewing information from the Ring cloud, is that information going to be stored in the phone?
Your Honor, I object to leading the witness.
That'll be overruled.
I'm not entirely sure exactly how the Ring app works, so I can't tell you that if it is stored on the phone as you view it from the cloud or not.
Did you see any? I'll retract that question. If that were the case, and a screenshot was taken, would that be a way to preserve information from an image that would have otherwise been in the cloud?
Yeah, anything you take as a screenshot of your phone will stay within your phone.
All right, I'll pass the case.
Thank you. If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
The camera roll, the fact that certain items are located in a certain camera roll folder, does not give you any external information as to who took the image, correct?
No.
Or who possessed the phone when the image was taken?
No, I don't know. I can't tell you that.
You don't know anything that was going on externally with the phone, only what was internally extracted?
Yes, exactly. I know what the report is telling me.
Okay, okay. And again, you would agree that it's possible to reset the internal time clock of a cell phone, correct?
You can modify that data. Yes.
I'll pass the witness this time.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused as subject for recall?
Excuse from the state.
Excuses.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense, and you're not allowed to do anything about the case. Thank you. State, who's your next witness?
Judge Cleaver,
Yes, who's your next witness?
Katrina Mendoza.
All right, so is there a reason for this approaching? We'll bring her in.
We would ask that she be brought in outside the presence of the jury. And her attorney. And her attorney is present. He's present. Oh, he is.
All right, defense. Defense. Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do y'all have any objection to the next witness being brought out outside the presence of the jury?
I really don't know why, Your Honor.
Yes, yeah, we object.
I'm sorry, do you object?
Yes.
All right, call your next witness.
Okay, Judge. And then housekeeping matters. Can I have 5 minutes? I need to use the restroom. Please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Defense request too.
ladies and gentlemen, are you okay with taking a break and then taking this witness up? And I'll give you a 10-minute break, and then we'll take this witness up. Are you okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please remember my previous instructions, and we'll bring you back in 10 minutes.
All right for the jury.
everyone please be seated? State, call your next witness.
State calls Katrina Mendoza.
Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, the person who's sitting to my left, that is the attorney for Katrina Mendoza, the state's next witness. He may be making objections if he deemed them appropriate. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. You need to keep your voice up so that the members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. State your name for the record.
Katrina Rose Mendoza.
State.
Thank you. Ms. Mendoza, are you also a defendant charged in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you accepted a plea agreement as part of that charge?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that plea agreement? Can you explain it to the jury?
A cap of 45 and with the testimony and possibility of probation.
Okay. And do you remember what the state's position is on your application for probation?
They're not for it.
And is it part of that plea agreement that you are to tell the truth here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any children?
That'll be overruled.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
2.
What are their names?
Jordan Mercedes.
Okay. So Jordan and Mercedes?
Yes.
Okay. And how old is Jordan?
She's 8.
How old were you when you had Jordan?
I was pregnant at 14, had her at 15.
Okay. How much, I'm sorry, is Jordan older than Mercedes?
Yes.
How much older?
A couple of months.
Do you know how many?
Like 8, I think.
Okay. And how old was Mercedes?
She was 5.
Over the course of Mercedes and Jordan's lives, have you had CPS cases?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
I'm not sure.
More than one?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about those. Can you remember the first time CPS was involved with you and your children?
I think I was maybe like 16.
Okay. At that point in time, I don't think I asked you, how old were you when you had Mercedes?
I was 15. I was pregnant at 15, had her at 16.
Okay. So this first time you just said you think you were 16. Was Mercedes alive at that time?
Yeah, she was probably a couple months old.
Okay. Why was CPS involved at that point?
Somebody had made allegations of neglect.
Okay. And do you know what they said?
I can't remember.
Okay. And what happened with that CPS case?
It got closed.
Were Jordan and Mercedes removed from your care at that point?
Yes, because I was still a minor.
Okay. How long were they removed from your care?
I can't remember.
Do you know who had custody of them while they weren't in your care?
They were with a foster family for a couple of weeks.
Okay. When was the next time CPS was involved in your life?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember how old the girls were?
Maybe like 2 and 1.
Okay. And why were they involved at that point?
Because the same reasons. Neglect.
Okay. And what did CPS do at that time?
They just put a safety plan with me and my dad, and we had joint custody of them.
Okay. At that time, could you be alone with the girls?
No.
Was that case closed out?
Yes.
Were the girls ever removed from you with and your father?
No.
Was there another time CPS was involved in your life?
Yes.
When was that?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember how old the girls were or anything about that time period?
No. I think maybe Mercedes was 3 and Jordan was 4.
Okay. And what was the reason they were involved in your life at that point?
We had made a CPS report because I had a babysitter and they sent me a picture of a slap mark on Mercedes' back, and we reported it.
Okay. Who reported it?
Me and my dad.
And what happened with that case?
It got closed out.
Were the girls ever removed from your care at that point?
No.
Was there another time that CPS was involved in your life?
Yes.
When was that?
About 2 years ago.
Okay. Was Mercedes still alive at that time?
Yes.
Why were they involved in your life at that point?
Because somebody made allegations of some kind.
Do you know what the allegations were?
No, I forgot.
Were there allegations that you were abusing the girls?
Yes.
What was going on with that CPS case?
It was opened and it was gonna get closed. It only lasted about like 2 weeks, but I had lost contact with the CPS caseworker, and yeah, so I never got closed out.
Okay. How do you know that it was going to get closed out?
Because they told me that they just needed to see the girls one more.
Hearsay, Your Honor. Sustained. Okay.
May the jury be instructed to disregard?
Ladies and gentlemen, you're instructed to disregard the last answer.
Did CPS ever remove Jordan or Mercedes from your care at that point in time?
No.
Okay. And what year was that, just to be clear?
2022.
Okay. And I want to make sure, are you sure about that?
No.
Okay. So if do you remember what day it was when Mercedes passed?
March the 7th.
Okay. If I were to tell you it was February 7th?
There you go, February 7th. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. And do you remember what year it was when she passed?
2022.
Okay. So if Mercedes passed February 7th of 2022, when do you think it was that CPS was?
Objection, Leader, Your Honor.
Is it sustained?
Okay. What year was it that CPS was last?
2022.
Okay. Yeah, Coach Judge.
Yes.
Do you remember the last time CPS saw Mercedes alive?
Maybe about 2 weeks before she passed away.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 109.
Yes, that was the last time.
Okay, before I say that, I gotta ask you a question. Is this a picture of Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this taken the last day that CPS saw Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what Mercedes looked like on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 109.
Any objections? No objection, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 109 is admitted. State's Exhibit 109 is admitted without objection.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay. Was that Mercedes on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mercedes injuries on that day?
No.
Can you tell the jury about Mercedes?
She was 5 years old. She was my youngest daughter. She was very smart and beautiful. She was a very outgoing kid. She liked to have a lot of fun. She liked to dance. She liked to sing. She liked to be on TikTok. She was very close with her sister Jordan.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Was Mercedes disobedient?
Huh?
Was she disobedient?
Sometimes every kid is.
How would she be disobedient?
Sometimes I'll tell her to do something and she wouldn't do it. Or sometimes she'll talk back. Or, yeah.
How would you punish Mercedes when she wouldn't listen?
I usually put her in timeout.
Can you describe timeout to the jury?
Just facing the wall without talking or playing with anything.
Okay. What else would you do to discipline Mercedes?
Spank her with the belt
Okay. Where would you spank her with the belt?
on her butt.
Hold on, please. Do you need any water? Yes, hold on. Just give us 1 moment. Sorry. I'm ready. All right. You may ask your question.
Would you do anything else to discipline Mercedes?
No.
Did you favor Jordan over Mercedes?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
Because she was my firstborn. I was really close to Jordan and I mean I love Mercedes too, but I was really close to Jordan.
Were you not close to Mercedes?
There was a conflict, like people would try to get in between my relationship with my daughter, and it was a how can I say, like a hard time to get that bond.
Okay. Would you treat Jordan differently than Mercedes?
No.
Would you punish them differently?
No.
So if someone were to have said that you did punish them differently, would they be lying?
Yes.
In 2021, who were you living with?
My godfather,
What's his name?
Homero Beltran,
Who else lived in that house?
Angelica Edwards, Rodney Edwards, Jeremiah Beltran, Jesse Beltran, Priscilla Vasquez, Dalen Vasquez. That's it.
Were the girls also living there?
Oh yes, sorry, and my girls.
Okay. And just who are all those people that you listed?
They're my god family. They're not related to me by blood, but they raised me since I was 2 weeks old.
And did you live with them since you were 2 weeks old?
No, when I was younger, I lived with them on and off. My parents would switch with them, but I guess I moved in with them permanently when I was 18 years old, or 19.
Okay. Did you live with them when the girls were young?
No. Yes. Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. Is it fair to say you lived with them off and on?
Yes.
Do you know Jose Ruiz?
Yes.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify him by something that he's wearing?
Gray slacks.
Okay, let the record reflect she's identified the defendant, Jose Ruiz. How do you know him?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
When did you meet him?
In 2020.
How did you meet him?
I was at work and I met him
Okay, where were you working?
at Diamond Show Club.
Did you start dating right away?
Yes.
How soon into your relationship did he meet Jordan and Mercedes?
I can't remember.
Was it right away, or did you wait some time?
It was maybe like a couple months.
Okay. Once he met the girls, how often would he see the girls?
Often.
Did the girls ever call him dad or daddy?
Yes.
Do you know when they started calling him that?
I can't remember.
Had it been some time in your relationship?
Yes.
Did you ever live with Jose Ruiz?
Yes.
When did you live with him?
Like in 2022. I can't remember.
Did you live with him consistently or off and on?
Off and on.
If there were neighbors who testified that they saw you and the girls there in November of 2021, would that be accurate?
Your Honor, objection to leading evidence.
Did you live there in November of 2021?
Yes.
Do you remember how long you lived there?
We would stay there a couple of nights, but like when I moved in, I moved in for about 3 weeks.
When was that?
Like in November of 2023? No, 2022.
November of 2022, so you're describing 7 months after Mercedes passed?
Oh, sorry. I'm confused right now. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you another question. The 3 weeks that you said you lived with Jose consistently, was that the 3 weeks before Mercedes died?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to those 3 weeks, did Jose ever discipline Mercedes and Jordan?
Yes, ma'am.
How often would he discipline the girls?
Often.
How would he discipline the girls?
He would spank them. He would pull Mercedes' hair and cover her mouth and nose. Use thumbtacks on her feet.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you real quick. I wanna focus on not the last 3 weeks, but before that. Did that all that happen before those last 3 weeks, or all?
No, so it all started with just like timeout, and then timeout with rice on the floor, and they would bend on the rice, making her stay up all night.
Objection, Your Honor, I read the time frame on this. When did these things
All right, that'll be overruled. Ask your next question.
Thanks, Judge. Okay. Would the punishment from Jose get, or did the punishment from Jose get progressively worse throughout your relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point while you're living with Homer Beltran, did you ask Jose for help in disciplining Mercedes?
Yes.
What did Jose say?
That he was gonna pick her up and take her with him for the day.
Did that happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go with him?
No, ma'am.
Did Jordan go with him?
No, ma'am.
How long did he have Mercedes without you being present?
A couple of hours.
Okay. Was it
Over.
overnight?
Yeah, overnight.
During that time period, did you talk to Jose?
Yes.
How did you talk to Jose?
Over the phone.
Did you ever talk to him other than just on the phone?
Yes, one night, the night that he picked her up, he came to get a backpack of clothes, and
Objection, when did this happen? Not established, Your Honor.
Do you remember when this was?
No.
Do you remember how long it was before Mercedes passed?
No.
On that night that he had Mercedes, did you communicate other than through a phone call?
Yes.
How?
In person.
Okay. Did you communicate through text or video chat?
Yes.
Which one?
Both.
Did you see that night?
Objection, Your Honor. We're talking about a night in the span of how many months or years? This is totally vague. Objection as to vagueness.
All right, that'll be sustained.
May I have a
Your Honor, objecting to any photographs. Is this the appropriate time, Your Honor, for
No, she needs to offer them first through this witness, and then I'll hear your objections if there are any objections.
Katrina, were you sent any photographs of Mercedes by Jose?
Yes.
No. Showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 97. Is this a photograph that Jose sent you?
Yes.
Okay. If there was testimony that this happened on January 22nd of 2022, does that sound accurate to you?
objection
Yes.
as to the leading?
That'll be sustained. That's deleting.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of how Mercedes looked in the photo you were sent?
Yes, ma'am.
State moves to admit States Exhibit 97.
Objection,
Objection,
Your
Your
Honor.
Honor.
If I can see States Exhibit 97, please. We're back on the record.
Katrina, the States Exhibit 97 that I just showed you, was there a video chat and video sent to you that depicted the same activities that were in the photos of State's Exhibit 97?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 108. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
I remember signing and dating it.
Okay. Are those your initials and the date that you watched it?
Yes.
And you reviewed it prior to coming here today?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw Mercedes doing in that video?
Yes.
Next question.
Yes, I'm sorry. How long until you saw Mercedes again?
The next day.
And what happened when you saw Mercedes again?
She was drenched in some kind of water or beverage.
Did Jose tell you what happened?
He said that she wouldn't stop crying, so he threw water on her.
Did you observe any injuries on Mercedes?
Not at that very moment.
Okay.
I apologize for this, Walker. All right, please. Ask your next question, counsel.
Yes, Judge. Katrina, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 96. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this an image of Mercedes on that same night?
Yes.
Objection as to the reading.
Overruled.
How did you receive this photo?
Through a text message.
Who sent that text message to you?
Jose Ruiz.
Did you observe injuries on Mercedes when you saw her again?
No.
Was there something that occurred that caused you concern regarding Mercedes having injuries?
Like I said,
No foundation as to the injuries, just that you saw them.
Overruled.
So not right away, but when we got to the apartment, I pulled her pants down and she had bruising in her thighs.
Why did you pull her pants down?
She needed to go to the restroom.
Okay. Describe this bruising on her inner thighs.
It was swollen, purple, almost black.
Was it small bruising, a lot of bruising?
A lot of bruising.
Did you confront Jose regarding this bruising?
Yes.
What did Jose tell you?
He said he didn't He said that he didn't realize how hard he was pinching her and that he wouldn't do it again.
Okay. Where was the apartment that you went to?
I can't remember. I know the name.
Okay, what was the name?
Henry B. Apartments.
When you went over there at this point in time, was that when you started staying with Jose consistently?
Yes.
And how long were you there prior to Mercedes' death?
Before her death?
Yes.
Like I said, we were staying in and out with him.
Okay, but you just said you were there consistently. How long consistently before she died?
Oh, about 3 weeks.
Okay. During this time period, would Jose continue to punish Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would he punish her? What were some things she would do that would cause him to punish her?
Little things like playing with her fingers in timeout, touching things in timeout, not holding up an object, sitting on her legs when she got tired. Talk.
And Judge, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna object, I believe this is Ms. Connolly's witness, I
No.
object to, okay.
You may continue your answer.
What was the question again?
How would Jose punish Mercedes?
How would he punish her? Or why?
I thought that objection. I thought that was why he was punishing.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, it was why he would punish her.
Because she wouldn't like say her ABCs or say the numbers right or like repeat what he was saying correctly or answer him in a correct way.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to there's no foundation for this. I mean, all of a sudden numbers come up.
Overruled. Ask your next question.
How, was Mercedes potty trained?
Yes.
Would she ever have accidents?
Yes.
How often?
For those 3 weeks, very often.
What about prior to those 3 weeks?
No, she wouldn't have accidents.
Do you know why she was having accidents?
I believe she was scared.
How would Jose punish Mercedes?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I can answer?
Yes.
Okay, he would pull her hair, he would spank her with the belt, he would use the metal part of the belt, he would hold her breath by covering her mouth and her nose, he would pull her hair out, he would, not let her eat certain foods or have a certain drink. He would keep her standing up for hours at a time. He would sleep deprive her. That's all I can think about right now.
You mentioned that he would cover her mouth and nose. Was there ever a time where Mercedes became unconscious due to this?
Yes.
What happened?
He just covered her mouth and her nose and let her go, and her body fell to the floor.
What had to be done because of that?
He had to blow in her mouth like CPR.
Was she standing or laying down when he did that?
With the CPR.
No, covering her mouth.
She wasn't standing or laying down. He was like carrying her.
How many times did that happen where Mercedes went unconscious because of that?
About 2 times.
Was there ever a time where Mercedes would do that to herself and hold her own breath?
Yes.
Would that ever cause her to go unconscious?
No.
Earlier you mentioned thumbtacks. Tell me about the thumbtacks.
Yeah, that started because when Mercedes was in timeout, she'll be on her knees, and she would get tired of being on her knees, so she would put her butt on her legs. And in order for her to stop doing that, Jose put thumbtacks in her feet.
I want you to explain that a little more. When he put thumbtacks in her feet, how long did they stay there?
For hours.
Did he put thumbtacks anywhere else on her body?
On her butt.
How many thumbtacks?
At a time?
Yes.
Maybe like 4 or 5.
Would he ever make her stand on thumbtacks?
Yes.
Tell me more about timeout. What would he have her do while she was in timeout?
Sometimes he would have her hold her arms like this, or hold an object, or kneel on rice.
Was there ever a time when Mercedes wouldn't do those things while she was in timeout?
Yes.
What would happen if she didn't do those things?
He would pull her hair, are hit her hands with the phone, or her feet with the phone.
What phone are you talking about?
His iPhone.
Was there ever anything done to Mercedes' arms if she would not keep them up in the air?
Yes, he tied like a thin pole to her arms, and like wrapped it around the pole.
How long would Jose have her wrapped to a pole?
For hours at a time.
When she was wrapped to a pole, would she have clothes on?
Sometimes.
Would she ever be naked?
Yes.
Did he ever put anything over her head?
Yes, he did.
Next question.
Yes, Judge. Would Mercedes ever bleed from her injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she ever have any scabs?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Jose have a ring camera?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he do with the ring camera?
He would put it to watch her in the closet.
Okay. Why would she be in the closet?
To be secluded as a timeout.
Who would put her in the closet?
Jose.
Did you ever try to stop Jose from doing these things to Mercedes?
Yes.
How many times?
Several.
Did he listen to you?
No.
Let's talk about how you disciplined Mercedes while at Jose's house. What are some of the things that you would do to Mercedes?
I would spank her with the belt. I pulled her hair. I put her in timeout. That's it.
Okay. You mentioned pulling her hair, and I believe you mentioned Jose pulling her hair out. Were you also pulling her hair out of her head?
No.
Was anyone else pulling Mercedes' hair out of her head?
Jordan.
Why would Jordan do that?
Because Jose would tell her to.
I'm sorry, what was that last word?
Because Jose told her to.
Did you hear it that time?
Yes, thank you.
Can you make sure to speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You mentioned you would also put Mercedes in timeout. How would you put Mercedes in timeout?
I would put her in the corner of like the wall and have her face the wall with her hands behind her back.
Did you ever have her kneel on rice?
No.
Never.
Maybe once or twice.
Okay. Did you ever put Mercedes in the closet for timeout?
Yes.
How many times?
Maybe like 3 or 4 times.
Did you ever have Mercedes hold an item up in the air while she was in timeout?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay. Did you ever put thumbtacks in Mercedes?
No.
Did you observe Mercedes to have injuries, marks, bruises from all of this, the things that y'all were doing to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Jose ever tell you to chill while disciplining Mercedes?
No.
Would Jose say anything to you about your discipline of Mercedes?
No.
Do you recall saying that Jose would say that you weren't disciplining Mercedes enough?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That I wasn't hard on her enough and that she didn't respect me because I let her walk all over me and do whatever she wanted.
Did Jose ever make Jordan do anything else to Mercedes besides pull her hair?
Objection to leading question, Your Honor.
You can answer the question.
Not, I can't remember.
Did Jose have any animals?
Yes.
What did he have?
2 pit bulls.
Did anything ever happen to Mercedes' teeth?
Yes.
What happened to her teeth?
They fell out.
Okay. How did they fall out?
From my assumption, I think they fell out because
That's speculation.
Sustained.
Did you ever see anything done to Mercedes' mouth?
yes.
What did you see?
Jose would stick her underwear or a sock or some like clothing in her mouth and then pull it out really quickly
And why would he put a sock or clothing in her mouth?
because she would cry.
What would Jose do when Mercedes would have an accident?
He would mop the floor with her in her urine.
What do you mean by that?
He would get her on the ground and just drag her in her urine.
Did he do anything with her clothing after she would have an accident?
He would put it in her mouth.
The injuries that you said you saw in Mercedes, was anything ever done by you or Jose to treat those injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
What was done?
He would buy her like little cooling pads, the hot and cold cooling pads, and put them on her bruises. Or he would buy Neosporin for her cuts, or he would buy something that like causes the bruises to go away, and just stuff like that.
And when he would put those things on her, can you describe that to the jury? Let me ask a different question.
Yeah.
Okay. Would he put those on one part of her body, a lot of her body?
Well, everywhere that she had bruises, and she was bruised up pretty much everywhere on her body.
Okay. Why were y'all doing that?
I wanted her to heal and get better.
Okay. Did you have concerns about people seeing the bruises on Mercedes?
Yes, but that wasn't the priority.
I'm sorry, what was that answer?
That wasn't the priority.
What was the priority?
To get her better. So that we can leave.
Okay, I believe you had testified earlier about CPS having an open case. Was it still open at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have concerns about CPS seeing Mercedes in her condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you afraid that they were going to take away your children?
Yes, ma'am.
Next question.
Yes, sir. I'm getting up. Sorry. Katrina, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 98. Is that a picture of Mercedes and some of the things that we just described happening by Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
109, is that a photo of Mercedes' condition around that same time period that you were living with Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 100, is this a photo of Jose's dogs?
Yes, ma'am.
What's in State's Exhibit 101?
Mercedes is eating some food with the bandages wrapped around her body.
Are those the bandages that you just described to the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is State's Exhibit 102 and 103 additional photos of Mercedes' condition during that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 104, without telling me what you see, just what was this picture captured on? Do you know?
A Ring camera.
Okay. In this picture, can you tell where it's taken, what the location is?
Yes, ma'am.
No, she's just asking where it was taken.
Correct. How can you tell where it was taken?
I just recognize it.
What causes you to recognize it?
The floor.
Okay. Where is the location it was taken?
In the closet.
Of what location?
Of the apartment, Henry B. Apartments.
Whose apartment was that?
Jose's.
Okay. 105, State's 105, and no, State's 105. Is this a picture of some of the items that you would treat Mercedes with?
Yes, ma'am.
You see a hand in that photo. Whose hand is that?
Jose's.
All right, you're gonna have to make sure you speak up and you can remain seated when you make your objections so the court reporter can hear. And please make sure you speak at the microphone. All right, with regards to that objection, it will be sustained. Lay the foundation, please.
Yes, Judge. Are all of these fair and accurate depictions of items you saw while at Jose Ruiz's or Mercedes' condition while you are at Jose Ruiz's apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Actually, one more. State's Exhibit 107. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this also something that you described happening to Mercedes by Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
Do you recognize the location in this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was it?
Can I see what can I believe that's on the floor of the room.
I'm sorry. Whose apartment?
Jose's.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81. Is this also behavior you described already being done by Jose Ruiz to Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the location of this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose apartment was this taken in?
Jose's.
Did you take these photos that I've showed you?
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 109. Who's in that photo?
Jose Ruiz.
At this time, State would move to admit I'm so sorry, let me get you the numbers. State's 96, 97.
You want to make sure that they can hear?
Yeah, Judge, I'm sorry, I'm trying to put them in order. I apologize, I can just have 1 second.
Thank you.
Your defense, you want to start approaching for your objections. right, then 109 is admitted without objection.
I would object to relevance only.
I'm sorry, does I need to change the number? 109, I believe, is already admitted. It was the CPS photo. So I'm gonna change it to seats 110.
That was a little.
No, that can't be done. The reason why it can't be done is because on the record, for the court reporter, it is marked as 109.
Okay. Well, now we have.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you all step outside for about 10 minutes and then I'll bring you back in.
All right for the drink?
109 is a photograph of the defendant, and states 110 is the previously admitted under states 109 photograph from CPS of Mercedes.
All right, any objections to States Exhibits 96 through 110?
Defense has no objection to their admission, Your Honor.
All right, States Exhibits 96 through 110 are admitted without objection.
May I publish to the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's reserving what had been previously urged.
All right.
With regard
I'm sorry,
to
Mrs. Lorraine, I can't hear
I'm
you.
sorry, you need to speak up.
And that's without waiving what had been previously urged.
The defense counsel has said that she has no objections to States
To the
Exhibit.
admission, Your Honor, is what I said. To the admission, not to the content.
States Exhibits 96 through 110
Your
are.
Honor, I want to be clear. There's no intention to waive any previously urged objection.
That's correct, Your Honor. This is only to the admission of the evidence by the state right now.
It's subject to prior.
Subject to prior objections and the running objections that we have.
All right, States Exhibit 96 through 110 are admitted. And for the record, the court has reviewed States Exhibits 96 through 110, and if there was an objection to probative value, the court is finding that it is more probative than prejudicial, and that's as it relates to States Exhibits 96 and 110, and the court is finding that States Exhibits 96 through 110 is relevant. You may publish.
Katrina, what are we looking at in States Exhibit 109?
A picture of Jose.
And in the picture, we see him wearing rings. Would he wear those rings all the time?
Yes.
And do you know when this photo was taken?
No.
Okay. States Exhibit, I'm sorry, let me start with States Exhibit 97. Oh. Okay. What are we looking at here?
A picture of Mercedes holding looks like a jug of something.
How do you know that that's Mercedes?
Because of the clothes she's wearing.
Okay. Was this a photo that was sent to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Who sent this photo to you?
Jose.
Do you remember what day he sent that to you?
Sometime in January.
Of what year?
2022.
Okay. Was this the day that Jose took custody of Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection to the characterization of custody, taking custody of Mercedes.
Sustained.
In States Exhibit 97, who's with Mercedes?
Jose.
Is anyone else with Mercedes?
No.
States Exhibit 96. What are we looking at here?
A picture of Mercedes.
Okay. Have you how did you get this photo?
I don't remember that photo.
Okay. Can you tell, is she wearing the same shirt?
Yes.
That she's wearing in States 97?
Yes.
States Exhibit 98. What are we looking at here?
A picture of Mercedes.
What is she doing?
She's in the shower with something in her mouth.
What is in her mouth?
Clothing.
You know what kind of clothing that is?
Her underwear and her shorts.
Why would this happen to Mercedes?
Because she would be crying, or maybe at that time she had made an accident on herself.
Did you do this to Mercedes?
No, ma'am.
Did you take this photo?
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 99. Who's in that picture?
Mercedes.
Who did that to Mercedes' hair?
Objection.
Overruled. What's the objection?
It seems a fact not in evidence that hasn't been established. That's going on.
That'll be overruled.
Who did that to Mercedes' hair?
Jose.
Did anyone else do that to Mercedes' hair?
Jordan.
Did you take this photo?
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 100. What is in this photo?
The dogs.
Whose dogs?
Jose's dogs.
State's Exhibit 101. Who is that?
Mercedes.
What is on her body?
The hot and cold patches
And where on her body are those hot and cold patches?
on her face and her arms.
Who else is in that photo? Can you tell?
No.
Did you take this photo?
No, ma'am.
Who did that to Mercedes?
I bandaged her up.
You put those bandages on her?
Yes.
Are those bandages indicative of everywhere she had bruises on her body?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 102. What are we looking at here?
Mercedes' mouth.
And what happened to Mercedes' mouth?
She's missing teeth.
What else do we see on Mercedes' face?
Jose's fingers.
On her face?
A
Does she have any
bloody-
other injuries?
A bloody nose.
Okay. What else?
It looks like she has some bruises on her face.
Okay. Who caused those injuries to Mercedes' face?
Jose Ruiz.
Did you cause any of those injuries to Mercedes' face?
No.
Did you take this photo?
No.
State's Exhibit 103. Can you see those bruises on Mercedes' face more clearly in this picture?
Yes, ma'am.
What about Mercedes' hair? What's going on with her hair in this picture?
It looks like she's losing some.
These pictures we've been showing so far, what time period were they taken in?
The 3 weeks before Mercedes passed away.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that response, ma'am.
The 3 weeks before Mercedes passed away.
3 weeks.
State's 104. What are we looking at in this photo?
Mercedes standing on thumbtacks.
How do you know that that is Mercedes?
Because I can tell by her legs.
How many children were living in the house at the time?
Just Jordan and Mercedes.
Did Jordan ever have to stand on thumbtacks?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I don't know.
Was Jordan a good child?
No, Jordan's bad sometimes too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Back to 104. How many thumbtacks are in that photo? Can you see?
Looks like 4.
Who had Mercedes standing on thumbtacks?
Jose.
And how was this picture captured?
I'm sorry?
How was it captured? How was it taken?
By the Ring camera.
Do you know where in the apartment this was?
In the closet.
States 105. What are we looking at here?
The cold and hot pads.
Okay. Who purchased these cold and hot pads?
Jose.
How many times were they purchased in those 3 weeks?
Many times.
How many?
Many.
Maybe what?
Many.
And many.
States 107, what are we looking at here?
Mercedes bending down.
Okay. What's going on with Mercedes' arms in this photo?
They look like they're wrapped in the pole that I was telling you about.
Can you describe this pole to the jury, please?
It was a thin pole about this long.
Did it have another purpose, or was it just a pole?
It was so that she wouldn't mess with the bandages.
Okay. Whose feet are in this picture?
Jose's.
Did you take this picture?
No, ma'am.
Does Mercedes have any clothing on in this picture?
No, ma'am.
Where were you when this is happening?
I'm not sure.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 81. And am I okay to proceed with the as we discuss?
We'd like to see the, okay.
Judge, usually when the state shows a picture, they pass it to the table first.
This has been previously tendered to defense.
All right, and just one second. Stop. Just 1 second. So the record is clear. When the state says, can we do this as we discuss? That was a discussion that was had with both the state and the defense attorneys. And I just want the record to be clear with that. All right, would you show defense counsel the exhibit?
Yes, Judge.
For the record, Your Honor, my memory doesn't include every single item that we looked at. I know I've seen it, but would help to refresh it again since it's relevant now. Objection, this is a pornographic photograph, Your Honor. The child has no clothing on at all, and every part of her body can be seen from the front. Objection as to the pornography.
Counsel, this was the photograph that was discussed. If you all can approach.
Your Honor, my objection was for the record.
Approach. What exhibit number is that, please?
It is 81, Judge.
All right, so with regards to State's Exhibit number 1.
No, 81.
81?
Yes, Judge.
With regards to State's Exhibit 81, both the state and defense have agreed with regards to that exhibit will not be admitted to you, but the witness is allowed to describe what is in State's Exhibit number 81. Is that correct, State?
Yes, Judge.
Defense, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. Keeping in mind what's on the screen, State's Exhibit 107, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 81. Okay. I want you to look specifically, what are some things you see on the floor of this photo?
The sweeper jet mop, a shoe, and I don't know what that other thing is.
Okay. Now look at State's Exhibit 107. Are those the same things on the floor in that picture as in State's Exhibit 81?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury who is in this photo?
Mercedes.
Okay. Describe what Mercedes is doing.
She's standing naked with a pole tied to her arms. And something covering her face. The clothing covering her face.
Okay. And in what position are her arms?
In a crucifix.
Did you see things like this happen to Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did things like this to Mercedes?
Jose.
The dogs that we showed you in State's Exhibit 100, would they ever go to the bathroom in the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anything ever done with dog feces to Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
What was done?
Jose had put dog feces on her face.
Is this something that you saw happen?
I didn't see it happen, but I saw it afterwards. After that, it happened.
Is this what Mercedes looked like when you saw her with dog feces on her face?
Yes, ma'am.
What day did this happen? Do you remember?
No.
Did something else happen this day that helps you remember what day it was?
Not that I remember, but I remember we left that day.
I'm going to show you I'm going to just put on the screen, what's been previously entered as State's Exhibit 93. Do you know whose phone that is?
Jose's.
Judge, may I publish 108?
Just one moment before we publish 108. Would you all like to take your break now, or do you wish to continue? Break. All right, so we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna have you all back here at 2:30. Remember my instructions, you're not allowed to start deliberating internally or with each other. You're not allowed to discuss anything that you've seen with anyone else. You're not allowed to do any research or watch anything. Everything that you need to know about this case is coming from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, please rise for the jurors.
Yeah, I do this for you guys. I like doing this.
Oh, that shell works way better that way, huh?
Cash App.
Happy.
I like your shoes, by the way.
Call the pink ones.
She knows.
Once they come out here, I want to get.
Ted Daniels just tweeted something. I saw it real quick. It bleeped up. Ted Daniels just confirmed something. Anybody?
Yep. Oh, really? Yeah, we'll just wait for them to come out. Then we'll head down to the.
Team Mini Egg.
Yeah. Going?
Full-size eggs at the best. Thank you guys for the thumbs up. Really, you guys rock.
Everybody, real quick, I just want to remind you that we're all heading down to Morrissey's house. Morrissey's, I wish we were Morrissey's serving me after this. There's people down, there's a bunch of people there already protesting. We're going to rally up, we're going to protest, we're going to leave from here after Aiden comes out. And we're going to try to talk Aiden into coming with us.
Roger that. He should probably go home after today. He's had a long day.
Good time. We can make sure it's not around.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yep. Yeah. GPS, babe.
I finally made it, Paul. Sucks coming back from Boston.
Just in time.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all you do.
Whose keys are those?
Mine.
Okay.
Mine.
Just making sure.